Yeah, so I'm 45 minutes late to my own stream. I totally did not forget that I scheduled this stream at 6 o'clock. I totally didn't realize that I was wearing my fucking pants backwards. So chat, I like to stream in my pajamas. And as I was sitting down to start the stream, I was like, wait, something feels different. Follow Shepard's advice. I should stream. Alright, I have to trick my computer into thinking that I'm using a fucking Xbox 360 controller. You think I'd remember that by now? This is our 6th Mass Effect stream. Hello, chat. I will never not find the way these games boot up each other weird. This collection works like the Devil May Cry HD collection, which is not a positive. There's a lot wrong with the HD collection. Alright, the game should appear momentarily. And by momentarily, I mean, why aren't you showing up? Stupid fucking game. Alright. Mass Effect 1.exe. You should be showing up now. I can't fucking believe this game, man. Be so fucking for real right now, game. Okay. Fucking took its goddamn time, but finally showed up. Now, what were we doing? Oh, right. I think I was gonna go back to the Citadel and then do this Cerberus mission. The worst thing that happened to you in this game is that it erased your save files? That's crazy. Oh, and for some reason, the window where I usually see Twitch chat isn't showing correctly anymore. So if I need to ban someone, that's just gonna have to happen automatically. Be on your best behavior, then, I guess. Oh wait, I fixed it. Yippee! Get Turbo for 15% off Crunchyroll? What? Get me out of here, man. We really need to make...
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere.
Physical media look sexy.
Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Alliance
Cost
officials have
0.5%
raided a
manufactured
dangerous
disc,
cult
that ain't
controlled
sexy.
by a former Alliance officer, Major Kyle. Major
How
Kyle
long until
surrendered
running
and
the
is now
data
being
center,
treated
which
for
houses
severe
your subscription
post-traumatic
services,
stress
becomes more
disorder.
expensive than that? I can think of one way to make it look sexy. Make it look very unsexy to fucking host your fucking shows on a server. I suspect that will happen soon.
Hello, Commander.
Show me what you've got.
I'll open the rare stocks for you, Commander. Enjoy.
How's that compared with... Holy shit! Yes! Anyway, I think it's safe to sell basically anything below a tier 5. Unless it's a modifier. Hey, cowboy. We're selling a bunch of junk at the moment. Wait, oh, that was an ammo upgrade. Let's... Probably fine. Probably fine if I sold that one, especially since that was a duplicate. It's probably fine to sell everything at this tier, but you know. But what if I need it, you know? A sell junk function would be so good for a game like this. Understandably, it's 2008 release or so. Well, funny you mention that. Look at what the Y button does. I think I will get this. I can afford it. God damn. Garrison the pink suit looking like a baddie for real. So true, Breasty. We're pretty much fucking armed to the teeth, I think.
Hello, Commander.
I think I'll be going.
Sure thing, Commander. You have a good day now.
Not what I meant
Hello,
to press.
Commander.
Show me what you
I'll
got.
open the rare stocks for you.
Let me double check this. There's nothing I can get for my boys here. Yeah, no point. Pretty much at the peak of my power at the second. Why else was I here? Oh, that's cute. Let me see. I could keep scanning the keepers, but I'm not really that interested in doing that right now. So I think we'll just head out.
I've been raised to see Krogan as bloodthirsty thugs, but you've surprised me, Rex. You are different.
He is?
The genophage is a lot easier to swallow when all Krogan are savage monsters, isn't it? Why don't you head back to the Normandy, kid? If you stay here in the real world, you might have to learn something.
I do enjoy our talks, fellas.
The Normandy combines the best of Alliance technology and Turian engineering. It shows what we're capable of if we work together.
A private docking bay. Wonder how much the Alliance had to shell out for this.
Alright. I think we'll go after that Cerberus thing today.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress. Logged. The commanding officer is aboard. XO Presley stands relieved.
Actually, wait, hold on. Where am I going? Yangtze system in the Voyager cluster. Binhu. I get it. The Voyager cluster has places named after rivers. Or something. I don't know. It's been a long week, chat. A really fucking long week. I got a shot in my arm, and that was yesterday morning, and my arm still feels pretty fucking stiff, and if I accidentally bump it against something, whoo! You know what I mean? Dragir is a small, barren rock world with a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The surface is frigid and mainly composed of silicates with deposits of magnesium, aluminum, and other light metals. Dragir has a weak magnetic field, making it unsuitable for drive discharge operations. Scans of orbit have detected a large deposit of beryllium. They injected some peanut butter in my arm, the ouchie vaccine. It was a TDAP. That stands for... Yeah. Patagini has a thin atmosphere composed of neon and chlorine. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of silica with deposits of copper. During the long, cold night, the chlorine in the atmosphere falls to the ground in the form of frost. Scans of orbit have detected a large deposit of thorium. The TDAP actually stands for tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis. Alrumter is a small, rocky terrestrial planet with a trace atmosphere of nitrogen and krypton. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of light metals with deposits areas of frozen ammonia. You detected a weak signal coming from the far side of the planet. Joker brought the Normandy around and your salvage team picked up a small escape pod trapped in orbit. There was a long-dead Turian inside, along with a few personal items and a Prothean data disk. Yeah, it's a triple ouchie. You're supposed to get a booster every 10 years or so, and I was informed by the doctors that I actually hadn't gotten a booster since 2010, which, for those of you keeping score at home, was 16 years ago. Rinchado is a close-orbiting hot Jupiter with traces of sulfur in its hydrogen-helium atmosphere. I think that's a typo. The disruptive gravity well... Oh, actually, no, that isn't necessarily a typo. With traces of sulfur in its hydrogen-helium atmosphere. The disruptive gravity well of gas... The disruptive gravity well of the gas giant prevented any planets from forming nearby. Binthu has an atmosphere of carbon dioxide with a permanent haze of toxic chlorine and clouds of sulfur dioxide that periodically drop torrents of acidic rain on the surface. Its crust is mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of calcium. Like most worlds in the Voyager cluster, Binthu has only been charted within the last 20 years by Alliance surveyors. It has no known native ecology. Data about the world is surprisingly brief and generic, painting a picture of an unpleasant and uninteresting place. Yeah, fuck it, let's land. The last time I got vaccinated was a flu vaccine in November of 24, and that shit almost fucking killed me. Prime vacation destination. This is exactly the kind of planet that the species known for colonizing Arizona is known for. Is known for wanting to inhabit, rather. Completely inhospitable to human life? Fuck it, let's go. Fucking all to do? Yeah, let's go there. Actually, I will make a point of mentioning that Arizona is becoming something of a more popular state in recent years. Its technology sector is growing at a surprising rate. If you have ever heard of Waymo, that's a company that produces self-driving cars, and I have seen them in action before, and they are surprisingly quite effective at their jobs. They're better than some people at driving, but hey. And that company was founded out of Phoenix, so I guess the next thing I should bully is Nevada. But that has Las Vegas, so New Mexico. I was in Arizona for 6 years. I love that state. My problem is that it's a desert with too many people and fresh water is going to dry up in the next 20 years. Hey, remember what I said about a growing technology sector? Actually, good news, chat. I no longer have to do this to practice for Diddy Kong Racing. It is no longer relevant to my skill set because the last fucking boss of that game is on a fucking plane.
On my way.
Which means, on paper, it's easier. But if you fuck up once, it's over. It's genuinely over. It will never be more over. But yeah, I anticipate in the next few years or so, Arizona will have a large influx of people who have no idea about the state's actual conditions and will be sold on the prospect of, hey, I can get a really good job here, while not paying attention to the fact that they are actively creating a ghetto around them. I'm just saying. It is a somewhat similar problem as to what Texas has faced in the past few years as well. Except the thing about Texas is it is surprisingly a more ecologically diverse state than most people realize. Which is why they've been able to get away with exploiting it for a while. Texas is not exclusively a desert state. It just mostly is on the west side. But the east side is, you know, it's got greens. It's connected to, you know, like Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. Those states are all known for having a lot of lush greenery, perhaps a bit too much for what they can handle. Because there's a funny plant like that. But, yeah, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico. Nevada might be prepared for overconsumption. But Arizona, I don't think so. You say New Mexico is the worst state in the ghetto category? While I hear cities outside of Albuquerque are pretty fucking bad sometimes, what I mean to say regarding the situation with Arizona is that Arizona will be facing an influx of moderately affluent people who don't want to pay the same taxes as California or New York, who are perhaps used to overconsumption and will be moving to a state that is not equally suited for that level of consumption. Texas is nice in some parts. Its only downside is the power grid and having to drive more than 5 miles or close to grocery. I fully agree. You know, because I lived in Texas for like a year and a half. I only recently moved out of Texas just a couple of months ago. Texas has some really nice suburbs. But I would say its like biggest flaw is transportation. Holy shit, it sucks to get around. Like, damn, if you don't have a car, you're fucked. Don't forget to water your lawns. The idea of watering lawns, let alone fucking golf courses, baffles me with regards to a state like Arizona. I mean, that's equally true for Nevada, but like, at least Nevada and specifically Las Vegas has like kind of the infrastructure for their kind of spending. Not fully, but, you know, enough that they've been able to get away with it for a while. Alright, looks like we're gonna do a circle this way. It baffles me that people would move to a state like Arizona or Nevada and have this expectation that, yeah, I can have my green grass all fucking year long. I just gotta water it every day. Like, do you not understand you live in a fucking desert? I think it's worse when, like, local councils will say, yeah, we can sell our land to fucking data centers that will use up more water than our entire citizenship will within a single year. Like, that's just kind of nuts, right? Oh, it's playing the creepy music again. have a bad feeling about this. It's nuts how much the tech center is stealing resources and none of it is for space travel. Here's the thing. As someone who works in the technology sector, or worked past tense, technology is very important. There are many, many useful applications for technology, and especially in the medical field. I understand that space travel is a thing we'd all like to do. I would say it's probably not the most important thing we should probably be focusing on at the moment. I think we should focus on more renewable and sustainable practices rather than attempting to say, fuck it. Like, that just leads to the Gundam timeline, the UC Gundam timeline, at least. But if we're gonna be siphoning resources from the local populace, I would rather it be for literally anything else except for fucking generative AI. There are so many better applications, and it fucking drives me crazy. Because instead it gets used for what gets put into the hands of scammers to steal money from old people. That's insane. You know? Whoops. Oh, you're human? Wait, did that guy... He died from my poison! Yeah! Is that... Okay.
You must die!
You've eliminated the threat. This facility. Continue to one of the other labs. I'm gonna loot the place first. Excuse you.
Dead and done, just the way I like them.
Yeah, but the AI chatbot dump is the resources the admission of defeat. Yeah, I think so.
Looks like Cerberus has other bases on this world, Shepard.
Oh, was that literally it? It's just this one arena? Okay. I would have thought there would have been, like, another room to explore here at least, but whatever. It fucking bums me out, because, like, AI is not something I would be strictly against. It's just that for whatever reason, the tech industry, being enthralled as it is by the profit motive of...
That's it. Bag 'em and tag 'em.
AI as a buzzword means that the concept of artificial intelligence and machine learning is forever going to be conflated with the stupid fucking Ghibli art knockoff shit that is everywhere now, and I hate that. What I really dislike is how quickly people I know accepted it as just some kind of novelty, like... Damn. You keep sticking to the space industry, and I guess that's true. I think it would be really cool to have more space bases and shit, but, like... I don't see terraforming happening even with all of the resources that went into AI. Because where have all those AI resources gone? It really hasn't gone into much productive stuff. We got some self-driving cars, that's true, but like, that's not life-changing for the average person. That's a convenience for people who don't want to socialize with Uber drivers, and that's, you know, that's a luxury. A single asteroid crashes Earth economy in mineral wealth alone. We tear the Earth apart less. Maybe. Because again, your argument assumes that we allocate the resources for space research correctly, which would we? If we funded all the existing space programs right now, would it all go into the stuff that would be actually useful, or would it also go into some dumb, easily attained bullshit that justifies its continued existence? What exactly are these people doing anyway?
Go, go, go!
I gotta be more careful.
There was no sign of Kahoku among the creeper corpses. He must be at one of the other labs in the area.
Let's head to that next base, Shepard. This is my kind of mission.
Hey! Our boys seem to be enjoying this. I'd rather have a bloated, floated flaw space industry than bloated militaries, AI, and cyberpunk police states. Cerberus terrorists would agree. Well, you say bloated militaries. But I feel like the military has its hand in the space industry's pocket, you know? Like, I would wager that the space industry is, at the very least, being charitable, a small part of the military-industrial complex. That's some pretty equipment. Oh, that's just straight up worse. Well, let's see what it has. A biomedical firm certain made its fortune eliminating several genetic diseases endemic to human populations. The foundation is renowned for its humanitarian efforts and refuses to produce weapons or other similar offensive products. That's nice. There's no way a company like this would ever exist in real life. I don't believe it. Sometimes wish you could use skins. Just like you're rocking all pink team with the boys. Johnson and Johnson would like to have a conversation with you about that. Isn't Johnson and Johnson the company that had a case against them about their baby powder causing cancer? I know they do vaccines too. They were one of the major manufacturers of COVID vaccines, which, depending on your inclination towards COVID vaccines, might be a bad thing. I personally don't remember which vaccine I took. I think it was Pfizer. I don't know for sure. I think it was. It could have been AstraZeneca, though. Oh yeah, that COVID vaccine had me out like a fucking light. There's a pyramid here. It's probably a valuable mummy. Howdy, Sheriff. The hell? I'm trying to stretch the limits of what level terrain means. Uranium deposit? Hell yeah, let's touch that directly. My frames! There's the object of interest. I was like, what exactly am I supposed to examine? There are a few children's toys and some ragged clothes stuffed inside the top of this monument, along with a Prothean data disk. That's interesting. Did I just rob a child's grave? You think that data just contains, like, Prothean Labubu? Prothean Coco Melon? Man, I am not going to enjoy hearing from people who grew up on Coco Melon in a few years and actually know how to talk. Oof. I feel like an old man saying that, but like, goddamn. The worst part about being old, young people. I can already feel the irritation in my bones. It's too late for me, chat. Don't phrase it like that.
I will destroy you!
Bring it on! Shutting them down.
Oh, wait. Dang it. Oh, wait, one more. Oh. Oh, damn. Did I accidentally shoot that guy?
Time to get Kahoku some payback. Perimeter secured.
You check for a pulse but find none. Admiral Kahoku is dead. Despite the ferocity of the creatures he was sealed in with, there are no signs of trauma on his corpse. The needle marks on his arm suggest a different means of execution.
Shepard, over here. It's Kahoku.
I guess Cerberus found him after all.
I'm here if you need me.
Let's get moving.
Damn, that kind of sucks. He seemed like an alright guy, all things considered. Well, I guess we're done here. Damn, those Cerberus bastards are gonna pay for what they did to that admiral. Actually, are we just done with this mission? Looks like we are. Oh, wait. Destroy main Cerberus facility. Head to Nephron in the Columbia system of the Voyager cluster. Damn, I guess they are gonna pay for what they did. If I got a Cerberus tat, would any of you hate me? I'd probably unintentionally shoot you in the head. I was thinking of getting the Bioshock Great Chain tat. Very 2000s. Fortunately, I think we only have to search asteroid fields, so if this system doesn't have asteroid fields, I don't think there's anything hidden. I'm just gonna assume that this is true and not test that. To the Columbia! Anyway, yeah, I feel really bad for states like the Four Corners and I'm not gonna say the Bible Belt, but states that have been perceived as flyover states are also equally susceptible to exploitation by companies that typically exist on the coasts. And a small personal conspiracy theory of mine that the mere concept of them being referred to as flyover states was manufactured by these companies. West Virginia has some wild pollution cases going on right now. Is that the state with the city that's on fire, or is that Pennsylvania? Or is that just a completely different fucking state? Could be wrong. Gromar is a rocky terrestrial world with a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The frozen surface is mainly composed of copper with deposits of calcium. Prior to the Alliance's expansion into the Voyager cluster, Gromar hosted one half of a Turian interferometric telescope array, connected with similar telescope in the Attic and Beta cluster by an extensive chain of FTL convoys. The two function as a single virtual lens with an effective aperture equal to the thousands of light years between them. Turians use this to chart the terminus systems with great accuracy. That's really fucking cool! Scans of the planet revealed a derelict space station in the late stages of orbital decay. A small team was able to recover some items of interest, among them a League of One medallion. On Tahiti is an unusually large ice world with a core of silicate rock and light metals, and a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The crust is mainly composed of water ice. The planet's ice sheets show obvious signs of a large-scale fracture and refreezing, centered on a massive crater near the South Pole. A recent extranet meme suggests that a protean ship crashed through the crust of the planet before the collapse of their empire and might still be recovered from the planetary core. This is purportedly the source of the planet's unusually high mass. Careful mapping of the gravity field by orbiting satellites have proved that the planetary core is entirely normal. While scanning this planet, you detected a deposit of samarium. That's the main event. Closia is a hothouse terrestrial world with a dense atmosphere of nitrogen and sulfur dioxide. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of iron with deposits of gold. The core of Closia is very hot and tectonically active. Volcanic eruptions are common, and outgassing continues to add to the density of the atmosphere. The largest active volcano has a caldera nearly 100 kilometers in diameter, and its basalt floods have covered an area roughly the size of the Earth continent of Australia. That's crazy, bro. Alright, time for the main event. Nephron is a barren volcanic terrestrial world with an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. Its surface is mainly composed of sodium with deposits of magnesium. Aside from displays of geological beauty, including many spectacular volcanoes, this barren world is of little interest. Entries relating to Nephron in the astronomical database are sparse. Yeah, that sounds like a Black Ops site. Alright, we'll go this way. But first, a mineral deposit. I think the funniest thing about Hank in Breaking Bad when he gets that obsession with minerals is that the second he starts actually trying to talk to Walter about minerals, Walt is such a fucking dork that he talks in so much detail about minerals that Hank just immediately gets turned off from the conversation. You have successfully surveyed a large deposit of thorium. Alright. That's giving me a lot of fucking money. Hank's just like, shut! He wasn't prepared for a real mineral enjoyer. XP and credit reward scale to your level. That makes sense. I think that's my favorite quality of Walt. He's such an insufferable dork. Tactic is the max level before doing some parts of the game to gain infinite money. Who needs that much, though? Like, at what point does infinite money become useful? This Cerberus soldier, I was right to shoot him then, had an identification tag for Captain Varsynth, one of the Solarian soldiers responsible for capturing the League of One. It's unclear how he came into possession of this relic. Oh, your credits transfer! Okay, that makes sense. I didn't think about that, but yeah, I guess that makes sense. I am so fucking good at driving. Holy shit. Hey, bro, you good? Yeah, he's good. While Wesson glazing himself after using the mountain instead of the road. Did you miss the part where I just fucking flipped over repeatedly? Interesting. Might as well, right? Trade upgrade. Yeah, maybe I should give Garrus a better fucking tool. Oh, is this just gonna be the same fucking room setup? Alright. Well, they definitely know we're here now. Okay. That hit him? What? What the fuck? Oh. Sir? Okay. Sure, works for me. That's weird. I'm not getting a read on any enemies here. Guess it was all backloaded. Or front-loaded, rather. Oops. Backloaded on the loot, front-loaded with the baddies. Yeah, sure. Shredder rounds. These people are fucking stalked. Oops. Okay. I'm not complaining. I'm saying, damn, this is some good loot. You cautiously press a few buttons and an alarm chimes. The optical database is flashing itself. Quickly, you copy as many files as you can to the hardsuit's internal computer. With memory wiped, the computer shuts down. The files are sure to be encrypted, but you got time to crack them. Cool. I have 17 points. I'm pretty sure I can afford to put shit in electronics and decryption. Or commandos. Yeah, this is gonna fucking hurt. I'm still gonna keep some points stocked just in case. But I think I can pass most skill checks at this point. Advanced throw it is. Why is that still an object of interest? Looks like the mission's done. So I think now... we clear out the rest of the system, and then... we do some more exploration. Shit. I was trying to see where the relevant data that I picked up was, but I guess it's nowhere. Is there a reason that terminal still has a fucking exclamation mark over it? That bothers me. Data at the base you just wiped out revealed another Cerberus operation on this world. Destroy that base as well. Completed. Whatever. I think if I ever get around to playing Mass Effect 2, I will probably... up the difficulty, maybe. Grab, do you know if I'm missing something here? Dang. It's bugging me that it still has a fucking marker there. I'm too deep into some Danish whiskey, boss. Fair enough. The quest says it's done. I'm just gonna take it at its word. I'm gonna go check out that debris and then I'm out of here. I'm so fucking good at driving. I'm so fucking good at driving. Fuck. His armor kind of rocks, actually. Holy shit. Cryo rounds. That's fine, probably. Hammerhead rounds. Incendiary rounds are probably nice. I just realized I have 3 modification slots now. Alright. Let's head back.
Transmission coming in, Commander. I think you're gonna want to hear this one.
Greetings, Commander Shepard. I represent a party interested in obtaining information on Cerberus activities.
Who are you, and who do you represent?
Who I am is inconsequential. Suffice to say, I am an agent for the Shadow Broker. You see, Admiral Kahoku contacted my employer looking for information on the location of any Cerberus facilities. We provided that information on the promise that he would turn over copies of all files gathered from the Cerberus systems to us.
That's treason.
These are classified Alliance files. I'm not handing them over to you.
Be reasonable, Commander. Cerberus was operating outside Alliance jurisdiction. You don't owe them any loyalty. The Alliance is just going to file this information away in some archive, but no secret stays hidden forever. Eventually, someone somewhere will deliver it into our hands. Might as well be you. Transmit the files to us and you will be well compensated.
Why do you want the files? And by the way, awfully suspicious timing. It would be really funny if these guys actually were just Cerberus operatives. Why do you want the files?
What are you going to do with this information?
Information is a commodity. It can be bought, sold, or traded. Why my employer desires this information is not my concern. I am only the buyer.
My loyalty is to the Alliance, not the Shadow Broker.
That is unfortunate, Commander. My employer will remember this the next time you need something from us.
I'm sorry, that's just way too fucking sketchy. Alliance loyalty aside, that's just... No way, man! That's...
Commander, incoming signal from 5th Fleet HQ on the Citadel.
Commander Shepard, something uncomfortable has just come up. In the First Contact War, we fired a lot of espionage probes into Turian space. We just received a mission complete burst from one of them.
Where's it been in the meantime?
No idea. Lost in transit. These probes were built in a hurry after First Contact.
What makes this uncomfortable?
When these probes were launched, we didn't have any idea who we were fighting. We didn't want to risk aliens examining our technology. The probe has a demo nuke built in. A 20-kiloton tactical fusion warhead. About equal to the bomb dropped on Hiroshima back in the 20th. If somebody finds that probe, tampers with it, you don't need me to finish, Commander.
I understand this must be handled, but I don't have anyone trained to deal with this sort of thing, sir.
I know. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. These probes have been classified for 26 years. The Council will call fusion bomb booby traps dangerous and irresponsible. The Alliance would face censure if they find this probe. I'm asking you because the Normandy can get on site quickly and quietly. It's in the Voyager cluster.
It's in the Voyager cluster? That's the opposite side of the Alliance from Turian space. How did it get there?
I don't know. It's possible someone recovered it safely and brought it there. It's also possible it got very badly lost. It could have been wandering the relay network since the war.
We'll get on it immediately, Admiral. And we'll be discreet.
I appreciate that, Commander. Good luck.
That's not remotely what that option was. So Nenma is the second of the Amazon system's arid super-terrestrial worlds. It is considerably less dense than its neighbor, Dernuka, and has an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of iron-like silicates with deposits of sulfur. Hey, we don't know how to disarm a nuke, but I guess we're gonna do it! While scanning this planet, you detected a small deposit of polonium. A small rock and ice planet, Sibin has an extremely thin atmosphere of hydrogen sulfide and methane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of magnesium and silicates with deposits of iron. Sibin's crust contains significant deposits of green serpentine, a mineral formed by volcanic activity. This suggests Sibin was a more geologically active world in the distant past. While scanning the planet, you discovered a large mine grid in geosynchronous orbit. With help from Navigator Presley, your recon team recovered a small unmanned probe and marked the Quantum Outpost insignia. Tramar is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of methane and nitrogen in its upper atmosphere. Scans from orbit detected a large concentration of nitrogen. This system is really plastic-filled. By which I mean there's a lot of methane and ethane. Danuka is an enormous terrestrial world, nearly twice the size of Earth. Its environment is similar to that of Mars, arid and a mix of craggy basalt highlands and sand-scoured deserts of iron-laced silicate dust. The atmosphere mainly consists of carbon dioxide and argon, but the planet's mass is great enough that measurable amounts of helium and even molecular hydrogen remain trapped in its atmosphere. The planet's gravity well is deep enough that it has collected nearly a dozen small satellites and most captured asteroids. Its surface is scarred by many large impact craters, marking the final resting place of other captured asteroids. Agabinium is a small terrestrial world with an extremely thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. Though the planet has sufficient mass to maintain a much thicker atmosphere, much of it has been blasted away. The red giant Amazon is a long-period variable star currently at the nadir of a 16-year cycle. At peak, its energy output doubles, lashing Agabinium with intense heat and radiation. The crust is mainly composed of aluminum with deposits of tin. Much of the surface is coated with fine silicate dust, which easily penetrates the smallest cracks to foul machinery. I'm sure these particle effects will do nothing to help my GPU. Alright, we'll go this way first. Do you think they have speed limits in cities on planets like this? First of all, you have to ask, do planets like this have cities? Brushing away the carbonization on the door of the contragravity speeder, you see the Nezo brand name. Judging by the charring, the wreckage has been here since the star's last variable peak. The corpse is wearing the remains of an expensive suit and what appeared to be melted antique aviator goggles. How decadent. Jesus. Hey, Kinky. What's up, man? I always find the human colonies shown in Mass Effect to be tiny. Well, in Mass Effect, aren't humans like the most recent species to begin colonizing? It would make sense to me that our colonies are a bit tinier. We're barely figuring this shit out. Just got done playing some classic SRW. I'm sure it's off the distance, but I can't wait for you to play it 4 and F. Shin streams will be back on the menu as soon as I get 2 RAM sticks instead of just the 1. I maintain and enjoy the jank. I enjoy not enjoying the jank. Does that make sense? This body is a long way from anything and appears to have been here for quite some time. On the body is a book of drawings, including one of Siglar outpost insignia. Ooh, my arm is cramping up. Why did I have to get vaccinated? How dare I care about my health a little bit? Well, this probably isn't a good sign. For what it's worth, at least I have not reacted nearly as bad as I did when I got the flu shot back in Texas. That shit almost killed me. I don't think they ever mentioned vaccination in Mass Effect. I'm fairly certain Mass Effect is a vaccinated world. % toxic damage, 7 for 5 seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. Wouldn't their first contact terms be deadly to other species? It depends. What I found works is on the day you get the shot, keeping your arm moving will make it hurt less the next day. Is that true? Well, funny you mentioned that. I was walking all around the county yesterday. I mean, there's no realistic basis for this, for conjecture on this, for literal extraterrestrial aliens. When I say is, it depends, it's like, there's a lot of questions you have to ask, like, would alien biology even be responsive to the sort of organisms we have on our planet? Would alien antibodies function the same way ours do? Would our viruses know what to target in the cells of extraterrestrial life forms, you know? So you walk with your leg, not your arms. Are you one of those people who just keeps their fucking arms still whenever they walk? Like, I'm not swinging my arms or anything, but they're definitely swaying as I walk. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so fucking good at driving! Not really, but I never think about it when I walk. Yeah, I mean, walking exercises the whole body, technically.
That's the source of the signal.
This smells.
No shit.
I agree. Your probe didn't crash. It was moved here.
Your grasp of the obvious is inspiring. There's still a nuke down there. Check your corners and watch your back.
I didn't mean to be mean. No, Garrus! My beloved! I only like being mean to bureaucratic assholes. Like, you breathe the wrong thing at the Quarians and they die. Again, it just... I guess it depends. No enemy signals. This certainly feels like the place where I'm gonna fight things on the way out. A great way to remind myself that I haven't actually saved in a while. The germs between species would be more compatible on each other? Is that making sense? They have no problem breathing the same air and eating the same food. The likely answer is that we would come across new strains of viruses that have intermingled with one another. But again, that's completely speculative.
That was a detonator. Someone just screwed us.
Shepard, at last.
Have we met?
My name is Ilanos Halliot. I doubt you know it. Who do you think runs the Terminus clan, Shepard, huh? Thousands of pirates, slavers, criminals of every stripe?
You assume I give a damn. That's cute.
The strongest leads. The one who kills the most men, seizes the most ships, pillages the most colonies. 3 years ago, I was the strongest. I used my influence to assemble a fleet. We would drive your kind out of the Verge.
You organized the attack on Elysium. Too bad we kicked your ass back into Terminus, huh?
I was the motivator, the instigator, the one who promised glory and riches for sacking the largest human colony in the cluster. The one blamed when it failed. Failed! I was ruined when your kind held against the Blitz. What better way to recover my reputation than by eliminating the first human Spectre?
You'll see me again, Halliot. Count on it.
I rather doubt that.
But maybe don't attack a big-ass city.
Shepard.
That was the point!
We find a way out. Someone up there needs my boot up his ass. See if there's anything in here we can use.
There's no time to get out. You have to disable the bomb before it goes off. Oh my god, JC, a bomb! A bomb! Wait, shit. You disabled the bomb. I'm goated like that. I kinda was tempted to let it go off and see what happens. He's complaining he got booted back attacking a big city that would obviously have a tight defense. Well, for what it's worth, my family was massacred. Am I correct in saying that that was in fact the planet for my backstory. I might be misremembering, but I think that's what this is. I think that's what this is about. This is like my personal quest in Guild Wars. Bro, where the fuck is my Mako? God damn. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, alright. If possible, take down Halia as well. I assume the game assumes I am going to go back in the direction of the Mako and is going to have an encounter somewhere in the immediate area, probably that camp that was, yeah. Hey, look at me being able to predict game design. It's very funny that I got placed into a position where I can easily kill everyone from above. Is one of them trying to climb up? Went through a lot of trouble to draw you here. I fucking quick scoped him. A pity it ended like this. For him, at least. Now that you're above ground, your suit radio has reestablished connection with the Normandy. Time to get the hell out of here. Alright, so up next is probably going to be the Privateer's quest. We're going to go to the Strennis system. What a fucking ingenious plan of his to ambush me with a nuclear bomb, and then if I, assuming that I were somehow to disarm that bomb, which, now that I think about it, they were not close enough, or they were not far enough to be protected from that fucking bomb. But assuming I would manage to survive, they decided to have an ambush point for me on lower ground. The fact that I happen to be a sniper specialist is just the cherry on top. Ambush with the nuke? It's a very Gundam strategy. Horsehead Nebula. Okay. Am I crazy, or have I not unlocked that yet? The Horsehead Nebula. Voyager Cluster, Hades Gamma. Oh wait, there it is. Oh, it's Noveria. Damn, how did I miss that? Looking at the galaxy like that reminded me of Spore. I've never actually played the Spore games, and I don't know how those actually work. Antitara is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of ammonia, hydrocarbons in the atmosphere, lending a distinct brown tint. Trellin is a lifeless rock with a trace atmosphere of xenon and krypton. Its surface contains large amounts of iron and magnesium silicates. Due to heavily cratered terrain, the starships are discouraged from landing. A Solarian religious cult claims that a certain pattern of overlapping... Oh yeah, I've been to this system before. Noveria is here, right? Wait, no, that's in the other system. But I've been here before. So what the fuck did I miss? They work by being really cool and novel until you reach city level evolution, then it's boring. That's kind of unfortunate. That was weird. It wasn't letting me press circle. Is that why I didn't do this mission? Because I didn't see any planet I could travel to? I guess it's time to scan for unknowns. There it is. MSV Majesty. The Majesty is a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design. The ship is a derelict. All compartments are exposed to space and the fusion plant is leaking. The damage is consistent with chip-mounted mass accelerator fire. A faint trail of radioactive particles, possibly exhaust from a sublight nuclear engine drive, leads towards the nearby planet of Zawin. And now I can land here? Okay. How the fuck did humanity fight Turians with dinky-ass ships? The power of human ingenuity and indomitable will. Zawin has a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. The surface is frozen and mainly composed of cobalt with deposits of copper. Planetside conditions are hazardous, with constant ice storms racking the surface. Canada planet, including all the ethane content. Alright, we're gonna do like a weird zigzag. Excuse me. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to sneeze directly to the microphone. You know, speaking of sniping, though, so I've been having trouble sleeping for the past few days. So sometimes what I'll do is put on background noise videos. And one of the background noise videos that has been coming up in my recommended feed is of this, like, British sniper guy who does, like, airsoft. And airsoft is, like... The arena is relatively small, but the dude's wearing full fucking camo, like a full ghillie suit. And he's just, like, lying in a tree, sniping people with a BB gun. It's like, holy fuck. That seems a little disproportionately hardcore. It appears that this person was trying to mark the nearby mineral deposit when he died, or was killed. Alright, take care, Kinky. It's easy to spend 50k on airsoft and be a chud. That's insane, dude. Small deposit of iridium. I get it for countries where you can't own the same firearms as a civilian. I guess so. I guess that's just kind of a foreign concept to me as an American, even as someone who's from a state that is typically more restrictive of guns and weapons in general. Although, what I've always found amusing is the perceived inconsistency on what kinds of weapons should be restricted. Like in California, son of a bitch, certain firearms are restricted. But you can own a katana. And I'm pretty sure that this knowledge led to Rick Medina Jr., the lead actor for Power Rangers Wild Force, to killing a man with a fucking katana which is like morbidly funny and fucked up. problem has been dealt with. My question was... Oh, wait, so... Being pretty unironic, the public would be safe if firearms with full auto were allowed, but squad automatic weapons still restricted. Most people will waste ammo like crazy if they could have ammo and miss everything. Keep in mind that Tyrians had a fully mobilized first contact war was when they tried... How the fuck did Nicky Calhoun even manage to... Oh, yeah. The Calhoun isn't a military ship, it's a trade ship. They even told you as much. Holy shit, this is kind of... Okay. I'm so glad Avatar The Last Airbender has only had 3 seasons and nothing else. As a kid, I had a crush on Toph. We know you like tomboys, you freak. I'm a freak for liking tomboys? Are you fucking crazy? This fragment appears to be from an old model freighter. Part of it is marked with the Chatty Outpost insignia. Wait, can I repair the Mako? No? Okay. You, how many times were you mean? I was unintentionally mean to Garrus. Actually, how am I doing on the... I could stand to be a bit more of a dick. Thing is, the game isn't giving me enough people that I could justify being a dick to. You know? I sure hope this outpost didn't need that solar power. Okay, there appears to be no one left at this camp. The generator is still functioning, but there are no signs of the former occupants. The camp's computer notes several locations of interest. So I've been athletic and shredded a lot of times. To have that mutually with another person, a huge boost my ego. Tomboy lumberjacks any day. Chat, do you believe in tomboy supremacy? Yay or nay? They call me White Castle because my meat is thin and not very filling. Why do you think they serve you those fucking sliders en masse? Do you know what White Castle is? White Castle is like full auto weaponry for stoners. Does Tomboy require a specific physique or is it an energy? I think it requires... there's a bare minimum somewhere. You've successfully surveyed a large deposit of cobalt.
Just lead the way.
Let's get moving.
You're in the wrong place for distinguished. I don't think there's anything distinguished about us, bro. Ojos with twin drills and who left like, oh, our superior? Okay. The beacon was a death trap! Wait. Oh wait, there's more than one. Remember me! Oh shit, I woke up! We may have shot the Mako a few times. Nah, it's fine. Uh-oh. What is my favorite hot sauce in case you want to get it from me? There is a brand called the Bravado Spice Co. one. I think that's on the throne. But I would be happy to take any of the ones on the throne because the ones that are listed on the throne were either suggestions provided by you guys so that I could do the hot sauce stream as I promised via the subathon. Or are otherwise just sauces that I think would taste very good. Mako will always be my least favorite of the vehicle just because I feel like in the year 22XX, the only vehicles with wheels should be cars at most. Everything else should be capable of floating. the Mako is a modified car, I guess. Wait, did I already show me that? I did. I thought that was a bottomless pit for a second. You have successfully surveyed a large deposit of palladium. Right, now the actual object of interest. I'm going to say the reason the Mako is a wheeled vehicle is because it's deliberately designed for ground-level reconnaissance of planets that aren't explicitly amenable towards vehicles that are otherwise designed for controlled environments. Wait a second, that's an Alliance weapon! My frames! They're attacking my frames, bro! Ooh. Oh, it's still alive. He's still alive? No, I don't think he is. No, he's definitely not alive after that. Whoa, you're alive? Hey, Bo. Oh my god, he's alive!
Take cover!
Oh, hold on.
Take cover!
Oh, hey, what's up, dude? that's brain damage. He leveled up again? Sheesh. You're raking in the stats today. I was really hoping I would smoke him out, but I guess he's upstairs? I guess they're upstairs. Okay. Sniper gun sound actually bricks me up. Yeah, this is the, fuck. Just so we're clear, chat. They were doing this when I was standing like this. That's fucking wonderful. No. Those enemy fields are complicated enough to require more to fix or maintain the simple wheel-powered thing. Cost saving but cheap alliance. I don't know. You guys probably know more than I do about this. I don't know what's going on in the chat right now. Oh my god, we're already almost at the fucking limit again. We just disposed of this shit, man. Tungsten round 7, which is 40% damage versus synthetics. I might consider swapping that out, actually. No, we're good for now. You have discovered the corpse of Captain Willem of the MSV Majesty. His stiff fingers are wrapped tightly around a small data pad. You think the Alliance can mass-produce the Big Zam using Mass Effect? What? You're assuming that the Alliance can even make a Zaku, and once we start getting into that conversation, I think we're being a little bit silly at that point. We picked up Metagel from a disposal canister, for the record. Now, I'm not one to be picky, but I think that's a biohazard. This Riker is actually a respectable equivalent to the Spectre one. Devlon Industries is best known for producing basic armor models that can withstand a variety of environmental extremes such as cold, heat, or toxic exposure. They also market a complete line of military-grade weapons. Striker is an advanced military-grade sniper rifle from Devlon, has good accuracy compared to other sniper rifles in its class. In fact, the accuracy rating is pretty high compared to everything else, but unfortunately I'm already using what I think, maybe, is probably the best equipment in the game. At least for now. I'm sure, considering that I haven't really done most of the plot, there's still probably some ways to go in that department. But for now, this is what this is probably the best stuff that I have available to me. Ooh, get me off this fucking planet. Personally, I just like mecha, and I think everything else should be VTOL. That sounds impractical, and it is when I'm talking about sci-fi. What's VTOL for the chat? Okay, we can return to the Citadel, but first, I suspect we should probably do this. Herschel system in the Kepler Verge. Mecha is going to exist in our IRL timeline, TBH. You mean as in, like... define mecha in this context. Like, are you talking powered armor? Are you talking, like, armored trooper? Are you talking a full-on Gundam? Are you talking Mazinger? Actually, we should just return to the Citadel now. So we got shit to sell, apparently. Gundam would be impractical because square rule and big target. That's very no fun and very, what's the word? Very Western. So to put it, you're predicting a mech warrior timeline. Where the biggest things are like Doug Rams. Mech warriors and armored cores are fucking awesome. I'm sure that hasn't produced a bias. If I'm being honest, main battle tanks are just mechs. So you're proposing the armored trooper timeline. We're going full Vodums, I see. The biggest Geth aren't even that big unless you're counting the four-legged ones. Okay.
Equalizing into...
Let's take that phrase at its face value. Why aren't you counting the four-legged Geth as Geth?
Interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Presidium technicians are struggling to understand why a computer system catastrophically overloaded recently. Technicians are reportedly unsure of what caused the malfunction, or even what the system was originally designed to do. CSEC is investigating the possible vandalism or misuse of public property.
You'll never forget what I did to Colossus? I doubt it's gonna forget either. Alright, where the fuck are you, Gareth? Alright, Citadel Tower. First let's sell our shit.
Hello, Commander.
Show me what you've got.
I'll open the rare stocks for you.
Armageddon 8. Yeah, I'm thinking Rex is gonna like this. Holy fucking shit. Alright, let's sell everything below a tier 5. Although we're starting to rack up tier 6s here, so maybe those are on the chopping block next. Imagine if Mass Effect 5's protagonist had broken legs as justification for becoming a mecha game. Thunderbolt?
Hello, Commander.
Show me what
I'll open the rare stocks for you.
I'm looking at our weapons, and they're like... Visually, to me, they're registering as some kind of hybrid between UNSC and Covenant weaponry. Imagine the bastard offspring of the assault rifle and the plasma rifle. Makes sense to actually look up the codex on Mass Effect guns. Well, no better time than now. Let's see. Technology. Weapons, armored equipment. The development of practical manufacturing Omni tools allows modern militaries a great deal of flexibility in equipment loadouts. A vast number of field modification kits or upgrades are available for common equipment such as weapons, armor, Omni tools, biotic amps, or even grenades. An upgrade kit typically consists of less than a dozen unique parts and an optical storage disk. When loaded into an Omni tool, the OSD provides all technical specifications required to manufacture the tools, and additional parts necessary to install the upgrade onto another piece of equipment. Assembly is typically modular, and installation can be completed in less than a minute. Since Omni tools are designed to use common battlefield salvage materials such as plastics, ceramics, and light metals rendered into semi-molten Omni gel for quick use, it's quite possible for a trained soldier carrying upgrade kits to customize gear on the battlefield to fit the current tactical situation. Oh, the primary entry. Okay.
Combat hard suits use a dual-layer system to protect the wearer. The inner layer consists of fabric armor with kinetic padding. Areas that don't need to be flexible, such as the chest or shins, are reinforced with sheets of lightweight, ablative ceramic. The outer layer consists of automatically generated kinetic barriers. Objects traveling above a certain speed will trigger the barrier's reflex system and be deflected, provided there is enough energy left in the shield's power cell. Armored hard suits are sealable to protect the wearer from extremes of temperature and atmosphere. Standard equipment includes an onboard mini-frame and a communications, navigation, and sensing suite. The mini-frame is designed to accept and display data from a weapon's smart targeting system to make it easier to locate and eliminate enemies.
This has become the TISM stream. What? Where do you think we are? So yeah, I'm pretty sure I could gather that this particular aspect just from seeing how the armor works. But it's nice having an explanation.
Kinetic barriers, more commonly called shields, provide protection against most mass accelerator weapons. Whether on a starship or a soldier's suit of armor, the basic principle remains the same. Kinetic barriers are repulsive mass effect fields, projected from tiny emitters. These shields safely deflect small objects traveling at rapid velocities. This affords protection from bullets and other dangerous projectiles, but still allows the user to sit down without knocking away their chair. The shielding afforded by kinetic barriers does not protect against extremes of temperature, toxins, or radiation.
That makes sense.
Medigel is a common medicinal salve used by paramedics, EMTs, and military personnel. It combines several useful applications: a local anesthetic, disinfectant, and clotting agent all in one. Once applied, the gel is designed to grip tight to flesh until subjected to a frequency of ultrasound. It is sealable against liquids, most notably blood, as well as contaminants and gases. The gel is a genetically engineered bioplasm created by the CERTA Foundation, a medical technology megacorp based on Earth. Technically, Medigel violates Council laws against genetic engineering, but to date, it has proved far too useful to ban.
That's interesting. Actually, but that's also kind of dumb if you think about it. If it's technically illegal, but hasn't been banned, would there not have been some sort of amendment to the legislation to allow for this exception? I feel like that's how we write in exceptions for stuff like this in a constitution. It's illegal for the principle of genetic experimentation. The answer is corruption. No, no. I'm saying, like, if the majority of the population agrees that this is a useful product, would there not be some sort of election, vote held to just say, hey, we're fine with this. We're fine with this particular product. I think it's intended to be the exception that proves the rule. Sure, I guess. No one wants to take the time to acknowledge it because it's a can of worms. Also, the anesthetic, disinfectant, and clotting agent. I'm raising my eyebrows to the clotting agent part because I'm not sure if we want clotting to happen all the time in scenarios where anesthesia and disinfectants would be necessary. I guess they would just use each individually in that case, but then what is the point? Is Metagel just for, like, I don't know. Metagel is simultaneously presented as a cure-all for injuries, I suppose, while also, like, being too much all at once? I don't know. I'm not a doctor, I guess, so maybe I shouldn't comment on that. Wait, what did they use before Metagel? It was invented by humans and they only came onto the galactic scene 26 years ago? That's interesting. The use case is serious wounds. Some patching up is usually better than nothing until you can reach proper medical facilities. Okay. Okay. I guess this was just a result of misunderstanding what exactly Metagel is used in.
All modern infantry weapons, from pistols to assault rifles, use micro-scaled mass accelerator technology. Projectiles consist of tiny metal slugs suspended within a mass-reducing field.
Say that again?
Accelerated by magnetic force to speeds that inflict kinetic damage. The ammo magazine is a simple block of metal. The gun's internal computer calculates the mass needed to reach the target based on distance, gravity, and atmospheric pressure, then shears off an appropriate-sized slug from the block. A single block can supply thousands of rounds, making ammo a non-issue during any engagement. Top-line weapons also feature smart targeting that allows them to correct for weather and environment. Firing on a target in a howling gale feels the same as it does on a calm day at the practice range. Smart targeting does not mean a bullet will automatically find the mark every time the trigger is pulled. It only makes it easier for the marksman to aim.
Remember what line in particular? The fact that the fucking ammo magazine is a fucking cheese block? That's crazy, dude. Imagine, like, having a gun primed with cheese, and every time you fire it, it just slices a thin slice of cheese and slaps your target with cheese.
Any news? Did you find my brother yet?
I found your brother's body. His ship was attacked by privateers.
Willem's dead? I guess I should have expected this. When his ship dropped out of contact, I just knew. But I kept hoping he might still be alive.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you for finding him. It's better to know one way or the other. That's what they say, right? Please excuse me. I need to go make arrangements for his funeral.
Damn it! My sympathy has made me more of a paragon! Fuck! The Covenant would actually get obliterated by the Mass Effect Milky Way. I'm sorry, dude. I can't fucking agree with that. That's kind of fucking silly to say. Mass Effect is like... the Covenant lose to a shotgun. Lots of things lose to a shotgun. Even here. Covenant when the opposing army ships and everything else all have shields. They have shields! You guys are seriously not appreciating the fact that the Covenant is armed with precursor technology that is explicitly designed to deal with some fucking crazy Star Wars level bullshit. Mass Effect gun's scary, but precursor gun is scarier. Forerunner, my bad. I forget precursor's an actual fucking phrase in Halo. When I say precursors, I mean like a precursor race in general terms. But I forgot, there's like... What do they fucking call them? I'm not saying the Covenant are precursors. I'm saying they use the technology that they discovered from the precursor race.
So tell me, who'd win in a fight between you and Shepard?
That question smacks of impertinence. Commander Shepard is a Spectre with a distinguished service record.
So was Saren. Think about it.
Damn, okay. I enjoy our talks, fellas. So the Covenant's weakness is that they're a bunch of religious fanatical idiots that don't fully appreciate the scale of the technology that they're using. And that's, in fact, part of why they fucking let the Flood loose in Halo 1. But their tech, which they found and haven't really iterated on very significantly, is conveniently designed to deal with that kind of shit. They didn't let the Flood loose in 1? The Marines did? I thought it was both.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
It was my understanding that the Covenant was trying
Log.
to
The
deliberately
commanding
find
officer
more
is aboard.
holy relics,
Exo
essentially.
Presley stands relieved.
And the Marines were trying to pursue them, you know, because it's war. And somewhere in the kerfuffle, Covenant knew the Flood was there, and that's why they were trying to take control of the Halo. That sounds like something that got retconned. Because I don't think the game mentions that in particular detail. I thought plasma weapons are specifically not good against the Flood. They are? So you might be conflating it with the idea that in gameplay, a shotgun is just significantly better for dealing with flood, and assault rifles are also good with dealing with flood. But I believe we're told that plasma weaponry was designed to deal with the flood because of how the flood works. Because conventional weaponry, like we have in the UNSC, wouldn't actually, quote-unquote, kill the flood. The plasma weaponry is designed to, like, totally burn out the actual flood cells. Let's see. I think it's time to go do Garrus's mission. We're going to the Kepler Verge. I mean, if we're going to serialization, it's no contest. Well, that's the issue with the flood, isn't it? You kind of have to sterilize them to neutralize the threat. Otherwise, no matter how much DACA you throw at it, it's designed to overcome that. Alright, we got 2 systems here. As we're talking about killing the infection combat forms. Again, like, at a micro level, that doesn't take care of the problem. The spores, you know? Plasma weaponry is designed to burn them out while also killing them. Just play Halo Reach if you want to see the power difference between the UNSC and the Covenant. I guess the question becomes...
Message coming in.
Have we ever glassed the planet
I've received some information I thought you'd want to see, Commander.
in this game?
Someone is killing former Alliance scientists. There have been 4 deaths in the past month.
What do they work on?
Former scientists. Sounds like someone has a project they'd like to keep secret.
We found a connection between the scientists and you. They all worked on a classified project several years ago, on a cruise.
I was also going to bring up something like High Charity. We don't, like, really appreciate the full scale of a project like that, but it's a mobile planet surrounded by a floating fleet of Covenant ships, and Covenant ships are like the biggest fucking thing. I think here's what I'll say. I will say that the technologies and civilization that Mass Effect has shown me so far feels like it's in a nascent stage of a setting that could possibly end up significantly more technologically advanced than what we see in Halo. But where we are right now in this setting, if you dropped in fucking all of the Halo technology and leveraged it against this would stand no chance. That's what I'm suggesting.
Akuz. I lost my whole unit there. You're saying that our scientists were involved?
I can't get any information on what they were working on. The project records were sealed. Commander, Shepard, what you do with this is up to you. I just thought you'd want to know. There was one other scientist on the project, Dr. Wayne. I'm transmitting his last known coordinates. Good luck. Fifth Fleet out.
So, where I stand right now is Halo would definitely kick this setting's ass. If we see some crazy shit by the third game, maybe I'll change my mind. But as we are right now, probably not much of a competition. Hold a message for recent race ethnicity or religion. What is this? But Mac cannons with massive effect fields, though. Jesus fucking Christ, space will be shooting black. That's why they got auto-modded? That's crazy. Sorry. Sesmos is an ice dwarf world. Its surface composed almost entirely of frozen water. Normally a planetoid this small would not rate inclusion on the system's charts, but Sesmos' unusually large and beautiful ring of ice crystals has made it a popular subject for visual artists. The ring is the result of a glancing equatorial impact which left a large trench and threw a great deal of melted water into the atmosphere. The rings are a temporary feature that will completely decay in a few thousand years. Here's a question: would a biotic have changed the battlefield in Halo? Reach tells me maybe. But I'm going to be completely real with you guys. I have only mostly played Halo 1 and 2. I played 3 like once or maybe twice. I played 4 exactly once and I did not like it. Although the tech in 4 was kind of crazy. Like, how do I put this? I don't think the average player who plays through the Halo franchise and only really experiences it mostly through the FPS sections, there are vehicle sections, obviously. I don't think they fully appreciate the scale of the war actually happening around them. Because when you have set pieces like, you know, taking down a scarab by yourself, right? You're like, that's fucking awesome! And then you remember that the finale of Halo 1 was you detonating the fucking Pillar of Autumn. And considering that an acceptable loss. The Pillar of Autumn was fucking huge, dude. Like, we're on the ground. We're Spartans. We're fucking tough as shit, right? Marines are still, you know, meat sacks. But up in space, the shit that's happening, like, in space while we're fighting, while we're on the ground, that's nuts, dude. Junkro is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sodium in its upper atmosphere. Like Uranus in the Sol system, it is tipped on its side, its north pole facing the star Newton. The gas giant appears to have a large concentration of hydrogen. Planquerie is a rock and ice planet with an atmosphere composed of chlorine and argon. The frozen surface is mainly composed of potassium with deposits of iron. Planquerie is famously claimed by the eccentric Volus billionaire Kumun Shol. He claims that a vision of a higher being told him to seek on Planquerie the lost crypts of the beings of light. These entities were supposedly created at the dawn of time to protect organic life form from synthetic machine devils. What? Shoal has been excavating on Clinkery's toxic surface for 2 decades at great expense. No government has valued the world enough to evict a small army of mercenaries. Scans of the planet reveal the cockpit of a Volus trading vessel. There are no signs of the rest of the ship, but the salvage team discovered one of Matriarch Dillanaga's writings on the ship systems. That's a very concerning phrase. Though Ontaram's surface is uncomfortably hot, its nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere and abundant shallow seas make it an ideal candidate for habitation by most known species. Unfortunately, the orbit of the moon of Thonal has been slowly decaying since the system coalesced. Its proximity is beginning to have tidal effects, and its dynamo-like revolution through Ontaram's magnetic field is generating increasing powerful electrical storms. While some have suggested the emplacement of Mass Effect drives in an attempt to lighten the moon and correct its orbit, the scale of such a project, tens of thousands of drives, costing enough to bankrupt the governments of all Citadel races, make it a pipe dream. A multiracial effort is underway to catalog and preserve the unique genetic diversity of Ontaram's vibrant young biosphere. Exogeny Corp and Haven Genomics represent the Alliance's share of the effort. Chat, I just want to say, I really appreciate all of your enthusiasm for science fiction and speculative discussion. So please, keep it up. This is as amusing for me as it is for you guys. At least I hope so. Wow! This place looks really nice! Isn't there a new SAO game, or is it anime? It's a game. It takes place exclusively on, like, the first 2 floors of the in-game MMO. Quick chat, touch the grass. Instantly dies. I've done it. I've gone outside. I've touched grass. The grass is laced with cyanide. I'm now dead. You can't kill Moonchild Shepherd that easily. Are those peaceful? go! Big dog!
Just lead the way.
Oh. That's probably not a good sign. These are the bugs they used to make Viltrumite poison. You should be very wary when you mention Viltrumite and bug in the same sentence. Oh, corpse? Corpse? Here it is. Why does the music sound sinister? It's unclear what happened to this Turian. He had an ancient paper book with the Bostra outpost insignia printed on the cover. So anyway, chat, I would like you guys to remember today's conversation when I eventually get to Mass Effect 3, assuming I don't lose interest. That being said, I have no reason to believe that I would lose interest. I don't think you will. What if a pop-up just came up and said, Wild will remember that? Or do you mean the lose interest part? Okay. All of ME1's music besides visual sinister sounding? I guess that's kind of subjective. What's up, Lock On? Would you rather be born in Mass Effect or Halo? Oh god, I don't have a full scope of what the Mass Effect universe is like, but easily Mass Effect. As of what I know right now. Bro, are you still alive? Huh. I think this is one of those situations where it's like answering Star Trek versus Star Wars, where like Star Trek is probably the better answer, but only if you live on a Federation homeworld. Because if you're a colonist in Star Trek, there's a good chance you're going to run into some fucked up shit. My man is still trying to shoot at me from that range? Alright. Get ready. I think he's dead. No? My god, you're very resilient. Okay, maybe not. More pirates, more slavers. There's more wicked bullshit in Mass Effect than Halo. If you live on Earth in Halo, you're probably fine. Except for Halo 3. Palladium. If you live on Earth in Halo, you got like a 50% chance of being fine. I'm just saying it's probably, not a good thing to be African in Halo. I mean, historically, it hasn't been very good to be African in general. But man, living in Africa in Halo, holy shit. Actually, if you live on Earth in Mass Effect, you're probably fine. You're probably living a pretty comfortable life. That being said, I suspect there's a very large Starship Troopers vibe to this whole world. That is the world of the game. And I'm not too keen on the service guaranteeing citizenship kind of vibe. Like, haha, I'll just do some clerical job. Oops, I'm now working in an office for a lab that has fucking produced an AI that has gone rogue. Oh, sorry, VI. Or, oops, I'm now on a colony that's being raided. Oops, I'm now on a colony that has been assaulted by Geth. Same deal if you're a farmer. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay. Better run away and stay away from reach. Sir, in a setting like Halo's where the Flood exists, no particular galaxy is ever safe. Use Omnigel? My foot, bruh! I'm hacker, man. The Geth would be safe, they're robots. Safe from what? The Flood? Does he know, chat? Me when I am mendicant bias, or whatever the fuck his name is. I'm gonna paraphrase here because I'm probably misremembering, but from what I remember, the actual precursors, when they were in the war with the Forerunners, corrupted one of the Forerunner AIs called Mendicant Bias, and long story short, that led to the extinction of the Forerunners, I think. Feel free to correct me on the details, chat, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. that was the Flood who did that. Okay, well, if it was the same difference. The point is, robots are not immune to the Flood. Actually, that just makes my fucking point stronger, because that's what I was arguing against. Oh, sorry. Am I conflating 343 and Bungee Alert? Oh, my bad. My bad, folks. I didn't mean to acknowledge 343. I was faster. Actually, though, Flood are precursor spores that didn't reassemble correctly. That's kind of cool, actually. I kind of fuck with that idea. But does that matter? Oh, yeah, hi, N7 Vanguard. I'm playing on Infiltrator. This is my first time ever playing a Mass Effect game. I don't know, like, optimal building or any crap like that, and I'm not particularly interested in doing any of that, because, I like having fun. It could have worked if the Flood was only one of the byproducts of the Forerunner War and the Rings were only one of the super weapons, and in the multiple wars the Forerunners fought. Forerunners dying in a war of 1,000 fronts over 1,000,000 years would be an amazing plot point. I'm not sure that I agree, but I'm not sure I disagree either. I think it's just really cool that the entire premise of Halo is that we were in the middle of a war that got hijacked by something far older than us, possibly entire civilization ending, and we may be doomed to repeat the cycle if we don't overcome our differences about it. Needs more assassinate. I agree that I should be using that more, but, like, I'm already doing so much damage that it's not really been too big of a deal. It would probably save me a few seconds. I'm just kind of lazy.
Stay back! I've got no grief with you. All I want is this bastard.
Please! He's a madman! Mr. Toombs, you're insane! You need help!
Shut up! You don't get to lie. You don't... Shepard? My God. Shepard, is that you?
Corporal Toombs? But I saw you die on a Coos. How did you get here?
They took me, Shepard. The scientists.
You can't prove any of this. This man is delusional.
See, they were running tests on the Thresher Maws. They let those things hit us just to watch and study. I woke up in a holding cell. The scientists were delighted I'd survived. Now they had someone to run tests on.
Using explosive rounds on the sniper. I'm not playing this like Fallout New Vegas. I'm using toxic rounds.
What did they do to you, Toombs?
You can't believe Toombs. He doesn't have any proof. I demand a fair trial.
He was there! You bastard! He knows the truth. He treated me like a lab animal. I only escaped because somebody destroyed Cerberus, their big organization. This man deserves to die, Shepard. For you, for me, for everyone else in the unit. Are you with me?
Do I want to do this?
Corporal, if you kill him, you're a criminal. But I'm a Spectre. Nobody will question me.
You can't kill me. You don't know who you're dealing with.
Damn it, Shepard, this is my kill. You got out with a few scratches and a scary reputation. I'm the one they tortured.
And I'm the one they can't prosecute, Toombs. You don't get to throw your life away so easily.
It's really over? Maybe the screaming will stop now. I don't know.
Those bastards can't hurt you anymore. Joker, tell the 5th Fleet we need a ship for pickup.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Toombs stares at the scientist's corpse, his hands balled into fists. Slowly, with visible effort, he opens his hands and exhales. Catch his eye and gesture towards the door. We won't be able to find again. Yeah. I viewed this as like a Pulp Fiction scenario.
Enemy sighted.
Fucking where, dude? Anyway, what was I gonna say? On the handing it to 343/Halo Studios because they expanded Forerunner lore. I don't like that actually. I actually don't want to know more about the Forerunners. Is it bad that I think that? I don't particularly actually care to learn more about precursor races. I like it as a backdrop, not as a thing I can interact with, you know? That's kind of why I didn't really dig Halo 4. I was like... reducing the big scary thing that all of our existence has been owed to That's just something I can eventually shoot and take down with an AI that's already going crazy. Kind of, you know, it's like, you know, our forgotten ancestors being this unknowable fucking terror that somehow went out of existence and we're only feeling the echoes of their actions, and it's still fucking us up this bad. That I like. But I don't really care to know about them. Also, I just realized I did the wrong fucking quest. I was gonna do Salion's thing.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
I reviewed your report on the situation, Commander. It's unfortunate Dr. Wayne ended up dead, but based on your report, your actions were understandable. Corporal Toombs seems to have found some closure. Hopefully with therapy, he'll have a normal life again someday. I hope this helped you find some peace, Commander. Thank you. Fifth Fleet out.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Alright, Herschel. Going to do Garrus's personal quest, end up doing your own. Yeah, how it turns out. Would have done the same, boss. Really? Nothing? You're bullshitting me. I don't believe you, game. There's something hidden in this fucking asteroid belt. Okay. Klabaka is a moderately sized terrestrial world with a hazy hydrocarbon atmosphere. Its surface is mainly composed of chlorides with deposits of solid and liquid form hydrocarbons. Tungel is a massive terrestrial world nearly twice the size of Earth, with a dense atmosphere of nitrogen and ethane. Its scorching hot surface is mainly composed of iron, with extensive deposits of heavy metals and radioactives. It is a mineralogical treasure trove, and many corporations are lobbying for mineral rights. Flugon's hydrogen-helium atmosphere is given a fairly dramatic emerald tint by chlorine and ionized gases that has nearly 100 moons. Have I been here before? It doesn't feel like I have. Several attempts to chart Mattol have been made, but none have been successful. By normal standards, a small rock planet, Mattol has a dense atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide and argon, with a surprising amount of water vapor. Fogs and rain are common on the barren, lifeless surface. Mattol is pleasant enough to be considered a terraforming prospect, though its low mass and the high radiation of the energetic blue star Herschel place it fairly far down the list. ME1 has a few nice planet descriptions, but ME2 and 3, they really love them. I think it's been nice. I like reading this stuff. The Fidel is a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design. In addition to the standard cargo bay, the hull has several biological research modules attached. Registry, private owner, Dr. R. Hart. Is that R for remove? Yes, I remember. I know what fucking Garrus said to me about him changing his name. They don't want to talk. Damn. They were gonna attack me, right? Like, they weren't optional. I could still save them, right? Boy, I would not want that resting on my conscience. In a way, this whole Mass Effect versus Halo discussion does remind me of the Star Wars versus Star Trek thing, because, like, Star Trek is depicted to be a very idealized universe, but especially as the later entries go in, especially from what I understand of Deep Space Nine, I'll say I haven't seen all the series. I've only seen some episodes of mostly the original series, and some clips of, like, the Next Generation. I agree, we should have another Cold War. You know what I mean. The Federation planet is mostly safe, but on the other hand, like, in Star Wars, it's like, you'll probably have a shitty, poor life, but it's a relatively peaceful one. Unless there's a non-zero chance that the Empire will decide to make a show of your planet by fucking vaporizing it entirely with the Death Star, you know? And if you're a planet with a particularly high value, strategically, or, you know, just for your resources, boy! I sure hope you don't mind being a slave. Huh. One time I heard someone say Star Trek Day on May 4th, everyone in the room got heated. That's such a, like... Today we would call it low-effort rage bait, but a more sophisticated way of describing it would be, have you ever watched pro wrestling? That's what gets called cheap heat in the business.
Thank you. Thank you for saving me from those things.
Commander, that's him. That's Dr. Saleon.
What? My name is Hart. Dr. Hart. Please, get me out of here.
Are you sure it's him?
Positive. There's no escape this time, Doctor. I'd harvest your organs first, but we don't have the time.
You're crazy.
He
He's
looks
crazy.
crusty.
Don't let him do this to me.
Put him out of his misery so we can get going.
Gladly. Your days of butchering are over, Doctor.
No! Please! Please!
What's he doing? Oh.
That was satisfying.
Good. Remember that feeling. That's how it should be.
I will, Commander. Well, I guess we're done here.
Saleon's medical equipment is stained with the blood of many species. Pale blue, violet, orange, and more than a few dark red. But his work has ended here. Time to head back to the Normandy. Oh, fuck. He Looks like he'd be moist and dry at the same time. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's Jover! It's Jover! No! Okay. Proton rounds. Wetware kit. Mmm. That everything? They don't seem to want to talk. Oh yeah, I leveled up, didn't I? Dang, okay. But is Salion's body still there? I reassembled it myself. Oh, please, God, let me level up one more time so I can give him the force to throw with 1250 newtons. Holy shit. Imagine being executed by a dude whose armor makes him look like he's a fucking toenail. Cloned after the firefight. I can't explain why, but the Frogger minigame makes you want to play Hex like a free puzzle game on the Xbox 360. Oh, you mean like Uno? Alright, I think that's all the actual side quests. Everything else is effectively a collectathon, or whatever the fuck this is. Ow. So now we get to go to Pharos or Vermeer. The sniper had Star Trek teleportation tech loaded in the bullet. That's crazy. This is where my personal quest was, so... I've already been
Message coming in from the brass at Arcturus. Patching it through.
Okay.
Normandy? Admiral Hackett here. We're getting reports of a marked increase in Geth activity in the Skyllian Verge. Surveillance drones have identified Geth outposts on 4 different planets in the Armstrong cluster. We need someone to take them out.
We have any idea what they're after?
Hard to say. They may be just gathering intel on us. Or maybe they're setting up staging grounds for hit-and-run attacks on human colonies.
It could be the first wave of an invasion.
Let's hope not. We need someone to investigate this, Shepard. Finding Saren is still your top priority, but you've got experience fighting the Geth. You're the logical choice to take out these outposts. We're transmitting all the locations of known Geth outposts in the Armstrong cluster to the Normandy now. Admiral Hackett out.
Okay. I was going to say, I think this is the last area I haven't explored that isn't part of the main quest so far. I think so. I might have missed one, but I think I have been pretty thorough in my investigations. Gagarin. Raingri. Oh, that's the planet we're gonna land on, right? So Gelrus is a small terrestrial planet with a thin atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. The frigid surface is mainly composed of water ice, which can be plainly seen in the bottoms of recent craters. The dark coloration of the surface is caused by carbon and ferrous material, pushed up from the denser core by cryovolcanic processes. Junthor is a large terrestrial planet with a thick atmosphere of carbon dioxide and chlorine. The surface is mainly composed of aluminum with deposits of nickel. Surveyors found the ruins of a technical civilization near the equator, evidently the colony of an ancient spacefaring race. The ruins had subsided to almost nothing, merely wind-hollowed husks of arcologies and other megastructures. In the center of the ruins was a single column whose inscriptions defied translation for several centuries. When a Saurian linguist finally managed the translation, the elaborate relief carvings said merely, "Walk among these works and know our greatness." The crude scratches on the base of the reverse side said, "Monsters from the id." That's kind of horrifying! Scans revealed a wrecked freighter orbiting one of Junthor's smaller moons. A recon team found no signs of life, but they did recover one of Matriarch Delnaga's writings. There's also that random asteroid that's conveniently marked on the map. You guys already mentioned to me that that's DLC, so I wasn't considering that. Although I will ask, is that a do that before the final mission thing, or is that a post-game DLC kind of deal? If the answer is a spoiler, I will probably assume the former. Okay, I will assume the former. A Tirumgon is a small rock and ice planet with a trace atmosphere of methane and ethane. Plastic. The frozen surface is mainly composed of carbon with deposits of calcium. And Tirumgon has been used as a crude anchorage for terminus pirates for many years. The shells of temporary dwellings blasted by Alliance frigate patrols dot the surface. But always, the pirates return to ground their ship's drive charges, chip out some water ice, and trade slaves and stories. The deeper layers of Tirumgon's interior are semi-liquid slush due to the presence of methanol. It is thought that bacterium in the deep core create this natural antifreeze. Some species of terminus pirate drill through the ice crust to recover this natural alcohol. Hearing you read the lore is some dope ASMR. You think my voice is ASMR, dude? Scans from orbit have detected a deposit of cobalt. Oh no, Prescia. Prescia is a relatively small hydrogen-helium gas giant with large amounts of hydrocarbons in the middle layers of the atmosphere. When the Krogan rebellions ended 3 millennia ago, the Turian chief of naval operations, a distinguished soldier named Mercury, declared his immediate retirement. He disappeared into what was then uncharted territory. It was only 200 years ago that his ship was found on the surface of Precia's largest moon. It had landed gently and been deliberately shut down. Of Admiral Mercury, however, no trace was ever found. Alright. Mass Effect lore is some of the best reading one can do in a game. But guys, what about Dark Souls? Raingri is a small, barren terrestrial world. While it possesses a reasonably temperate climate and a number of useful resources, no mining corporation is willing to risk investment. A rogue planetoid, dubbed VATS by the initial Solarian surveyor team, entered the system approximately 10,000 years ago and was trapped in a decaying orbit around Ryingri. It is nearing the end of its slow spiral inwards. Earthquakes and cyclonic windstorms are increasingly common on Ryingri. Within a few hundred years, the planets will rip each other apart. Some Asari travel consortiums have already announced sponsorship of cruises to observe the spectacle. I do not care for this Zanzibar, and I do not forgive him. Shout out especially to Bloodborne for its lore. One day I'll play Bloodborne, chat. One day. Oh yeah, buddy, I'm feeling the frame rate. Well, we'll do this. Actually, since we're on the subject, I want to ask you guys, as far as writing goes, have you guys read any of the Song of Ice and Fire stuff? You know, the George R. R. Martin, Game of Thrones stuff? The Burnt Corpses, evidently a mom-and-pop independent salvage team, show signs of close-range hits from Geth-heavy particle beams. I don't want to read that, man! That makes me sad! Never too many POVs for me. I hate George R. R. Martin, and I did read it all. I only like his Hedge Knight series. Okay.
Let's get moving.
Well, the reason I asked is because I was going to ask the follow-up question. Have you guys played Elden Ring? I'm not asking for spoilers. I haven't played it yet.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
Shut up, Paimon! Do I have to say it? No, Mr. Booted Up Dark Souls 2 while watching this stream. The reason I ask is because I wanted to ask the question, for those of you who have read George R. R. Martin and played Elden Ring, I wanted to ask if it was noticeable enough that he was involved in the writing of the game. George wrote a horrible book because it mistook writing an encyclopedia for writing a narrative-driven piece of fiction and failed at both. God damn. I see you have strong opinions. It's noticeable, but FromSoft didn't just let him do whatever. They used his material to make their own product. Okay. I wasn't trying to insinuate that, like, was it an exclusively George R. R. Martin thing? I was just wondering, like, does it... I hate to use the word deviate, but does it stand out in its presence from its predecessors? The scavengers who made this camp are gone. They seem to have abandoned it abruptly some time ago. Holy shit. That's a pretty good trade-off, I think. A human corporation, Rosenkopf Materials has forged a reputation as one of the premier armor manufacturers in Citadel space. How's the drip? Not much of a difference. However, Energize Weave 7. As a sniper, I should not be in a range where I'm having to protect myself like that, but if I am, the sooner the shield pops up, the better, I think. Elden Ring is about the results of decay, not decay itself, which is George's more noticeable aspect of writing. And the other stuff, let's say it's evident that it's both Miyazaki and George. Okay. I appreciate that that's a very non-spoily response. I realize it's a difficult question to ask without receiving a response that goes into the details. So, I appreciate the restraint in elaboration there. Wait, I drove past it. There it is. Polonium. I'm making so much goddamn money. Although, I don't know. Would you argue that Dark Souls 3 is about the results of decay as well? Because Dark Souls 3 always struck me as the death of an already dead world. If that makes sense? I say it because it's very similar to DS2 spiritually, which is about decay directly. I've always liked Dark Souls 2. This down pod contained a League of One medallion, and its owner is nowhere to be found. Yesterday is about what happens after decay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is that not what you were saying? That, like, Elden Ring was the results of after decay? And I was saying, yeah, that kind of reminds me of Dark Souls 3, because Dark Souls 3 is about a world that's, like, beyond dead. It's just... you're there walking around in the corpse. Let's see. I read too much, and George at times writes as if he hates his characters, which is fine, but he ends up killing every character you might get invested into on a narrative level. Even if they're shitbags you like, then he writes far too many info dumps disguised as chapters that drag you away from the plot that matters. The mess that's everywhere and fails to be a comprehensive, tragic piece of fiction he intends. You know, it's funny. I actually heard very similar criticisms But not about George R. R. Martin. It was about Victor Hugo. What am I doing, bro? I already examined that. Elden Ring is you're still in the middle of the entire place decaying, but being able to change it so that it can become better or worse. That sounds more like Dark Souls 1 and maybe 2. I kind of appreciate Dark Souls 3's setting because it's bold enough to go, no matter what you did, it became worse. Now, do I like playing Dark Souls 3 more than 1 or 2? No, I can't say it was a particularly better experience for me. But I like the world that it inhabits. It has its own value. I'm a Red DS3 hater, but I think you're a pretty bad sampling of what it has to offer. The unfortunate thing is you can only play a game for the first time once, you know? I'm not saying I didn't enjoy myself playing Dark Souls 3, I'm just... I think I prefer playing 2. The DS3 mainly takes place after major events, and takeover and Orlando, after the collapse of Ash Lake, after the Purge of Demons. Yeah. I get you. Elden Ring, it's still in the middle of the entire place decaying, but being able to change that's yeah. I gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah, I want to thank you guys for indulging my curiosity here. I'll get around to Elden Ring at some point. Holy crap. Oh yeah, I should probably give him biotic boost. Jesus. I'm actively mentally preparing. You draw engineering blueprints for fun. You code and your mechanic as a job. It's only natural for me. Well, that's nice. I appreciate that. Me personally, I've always been a fan of science fiction. That's why I was drawn to mecha and stuff like that. I thought I was more into fantasy as a kid, but what I found is that I kind of really like it when the two kind of blend in together just a little bit. Ow. God damn it, Garrett! Actually, I'm uncertain of something. What exactly is Night Rain relative to Elden Ring? What's the relationship there? Is it like a spin-off, a DLC? Shit, like this is why I don't want to live in the Mass Effect universe. I guess so. Think of it as fanfiction. Okay. Oh, I don't like those 4 markers popping up all of a sudden. Oh shit, they opened the door! That was kind of fucked up. An archive of our own. Night Rain is basically OP crossover fanfiction. Now, I normally utter fanfiction with an edge of contempt, but I think Night Rain is very good. Listen, if you can sell it to me as like an All-Stars game, that I'm perfectly fine with that. Because I have played games that are it's essentially fanfiction. Like, it was directed by someone other than Miyazaki, and his style of storytelling moved me. Oh, that's nice. Wait, so it actually has a plot. Okay, I thought it was just like some multiplayer arena shit. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But don't get me started with Harry Potter fanfiction. That stuff is a cognito hazard. It will kill your brain. Hot take, that's what reading Harry Potter does to your brain. Oh!
Lost shield!
Fucking... Okay. Oh, hey! Thanks for following, Queen Cassie. Okay. Hot take, there's better written Harry Potter fanfiction than the actual books. Yeah, it's not a very high bar to clear. How am I? I'm pretty alright. I mean, my arm's a little stiff from a vaccine I got yesterday, but fortunately, I don't actually need to move my arm around when playing this game. I can just move my thumbs. Just imagine Harry Potter being mixed with radioactive waste and you have Harry Potter fanfiction. I'd put it on the same level as Twilight. That is a copy of another book series, but worse. I didn't mind it. I didn't mind it. Moving the arm around is good. Well, not when you're trying to feel comfortable. A female shepherd? What about a female shepherd? I clear out this building? I guess I did. Oh! Why am I stuck? What's happening? Why can't I move?
Three more of these outposts left to clear out? This should be fun.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't even get out of it. Huh? What happened to me? Is that a thing that just happens? That's crazy, dude. Oh, they're all over you. What the fuck is that noise? You prefer the male shepherd? Well, good news, the male shepherd is here, and he's the moon child. You got the power to be his friend. Female shepherd is Jennifer Hale. I feel like I knew this for some reason. Did we talk about this during the Guild Wars stream? The model and the camera are stuck, but the hitbox and the physics aren't. That's kind of silly.
Got it.
Thorium! I think we just leave this planet now, right? Oh, shoot. We are actually at time. The female voice became better in 2 and 3. I guess I wouldn't know. So here's what I'm gonna do, probably. I think we're done for tonight. We'll finish this quest and then get on to the main quest, I assume, next time. Tomorrow, I will try to do a Zenless Zone Zero stream, but Ruby has not been available recently, so if Ruby is unavailable, then I will do another Mass Effect stream at roughly the same time as today. Hopefully earlier. Elsewise, Sunday, I may not necessarily stream Heavy Rain at the time that it's scheduled at, because apparently we're going to watch Shrek for its anniversary in the theater. But I will try to let you guys know ahead of time when that happens. And provided my housemate is available, I'll stream Heavy Rain. If they aren't available, then I'll do more of this. Oh, fuck, Shrek is 25 years old. Hell yeah, it is! You've all been reminded that you are in your 30s at youngest. So yeah, Monday, no stream. Tuesday will be... Actually, I'll have to ask Gramp. Would you be around Tuesday 1:30 Pacific time? That's 4:30 Eastern. 3:30 Central. If not, I have to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do after Diddy Kong Racing, because there is no way I'll be racing WizPig for 4 hours. You describing peak work hours? Makes sense. I figured. So... Damn, I'm gonna have to get Dynasty Warriors set up then. Yeah, pretty much as soon as I beat Diddy Kong Racing, it'll be Dynasty Warriors 3. That'll be my Tuesday and Thursday streams until I beat that game, I guess. Wednesday, I will actually read Crime and Punishment instead of being asleep, because I was walking for 10 fucking miles throughout the entire county to get to meet appointments. Friday, more of this. Saturday, more Zenless Zone Zero. And Sunday, more Heavy Rain. So yeah. That's the plan. I hope you guys enjoyed tonight's stream, because I had a lot of fucking fun. So what I'm going to do now is... I would rate Otts, but he's streaming the finale of Pragmata, and I'm actually interested in that game, so I don't want to actually look at it. I'll go watch Battlestar Galactica while we go raid someone. Yeah, that's the idea. What if I do a surprise Guild Wars 2 raid? Actually, hold on. Linzik! He raided me last week. And he's currently doing Dungeons and Dragons. So if you're interested in that, please feel free to stick around. Otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone for watching. If you're new to the stream, please consider giving me a follow here at twitch.tv/WildWesson. Or if you're watching from YouTube right now, subscribe to me at YouTube/WildWesson. I also have a Blue Sky Twitter if you want to follow me for my posts and stuff like that. You can also join my Discord by typing !Discord in the Twitch chat. And if you really want to support my stream, you can do that by contributing to donation goals on my throne by typing !Throne in the Twitch chat. I've got a whole bunch of like hot sauces and stuff there. And that's pretty much it. Thank you everyone for watching. Please have yourself a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever you are, whenever you are. And I am gonna go make myself a sandwich. Take care, everyone. Bye.